And welcome to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, June 17th. It is 1:02 p.m. and we'll call ourselves to order. And first on the agenda is the national anthem. So if I'll ask you to please stand, take your hat off, and face the flag at the back, please. Excellent. Next item on the agenda is our land acknowledgement, and I'll go to Councillor Olmsted, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As we gather, we'd like to acknowledge on behalf of the Township Whitewater region and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we're extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years.
Thank you. Next item is number 3, the adoption of our agenda. Recommendation that the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the June 17th, 2026 agenda. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Trim. Any changes anyone would like to propose? Good. I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Next is the adoption of some minutes from June 3rd. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township Whitewater Region approve the June 3rd, 2026 minutes. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White and Deputy Mayor. Good. Any errors or omissions that anyone's noted in the minutes? Good. I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Next, item 5 is committees and boards. We have 2 committees and boards attached to today's agenda. The first one is the South Ottawa Valley OPP Detachment. This is their meeting agenda that would have occurred June 10th. And I'll go to our lead on this from Councillor White. Anything you want to add or discuss with Council on that agenda?
The meeting was held, but no, not until they're official.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Good. The next one is the forest. Oh, yes. Yes, Councillor Trim, sorry.
I'm just wondering, this agenda is interesting, of course, but are we going to see at some time what was discussed? I remember seeing that before. So it's just a question.
The minutes usually follow. We had
okay.
the minutes from their last meeting, I think, at our last council meeting. So I would expect probably in July. Councillor White?
Yes, we don't post them until they're passed. Right now, they're just draft. And if there's a mistake or something, then you just have to go back and correct it. So until they're passed, we won't send it to our CAOs.
Thank you.
Perfect. Next item is the Foresters Falls Athletic Association. These are minute meetings from their May 6th meeting. I'll turn to our council lead for rec. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, just 2 things to note from that meeting. June 27th, they're planning their golf tournament. And July 1st, the Canada Day celebration. So 2 of the big events for the Forest Falls Athletic Association. So if you want to sign up for the golf tournament, you can contact one of the members there. And then as well as July 1st, as always, the celebration is going to be in Forest Falls. So.
Good. No questions? Excellent. I'll just remind the public that might be watching, the committees and boards items from the community are included in the agenda to make sure that we put them on public record, have a chance to make sure council sees them and has an opportunity to ask any questions or make comments on them. Next item on the agenda is number 6, which is disclosures of interest. Is there any member of council who needs to disclose on any other items on the agenda today? Good, I see none. That leads us into our presentations. Now, today we have on the agenda, we have 4 items under presentations, but for those people that might not have the agenda in front of them, it's going to be a little bit disjointed. We're going to do items 7.1 and 7.2 now, but 7.3 and 7.4 will be done later this afternoon, as it involves a public meeting, and as council has decided, we want to have those public meetings later in the afternoon to just afford every opportunity for community involvement. Good, so I just have a couple words I want to say about item 7.1 before we jump in. So June is Seniors Month, a time to pause and recognize the people who have helped build the very foundation of our community and who continue to shape it every single day. In Whitewater Region, our seniors are more than just residents. They are the backbone of our community. They are the volunteers who show up without being asked, the mentors who quietly give the next generation, the neighbors give to the next generation, the neighbors who look out for one another, and the leaders who have given so much of themselves over the years. Their time, their wisdom, and their generosity are woven into every corner of our municipality. The countless hours that they give our organizations, our events, and our community groups don't just support what we do, they define who we are. So today we have the opportunity to recognize one individual who represents the very best of that spirit. This year's recipient embodies a lifetime of dedication, compassion, and community leadership, and their contributions have made a lasting difference, not only in what they've done, but in the lives they have touched along the way. So that's as much as I'm going to say at this point in time. And we're going to ask Bonnie Johnson to please come up, and I'll join you center stage, and the Deputy Mayor will do the presentation.
Remember them days?
Yeah, I've got, and then I also have the right up right. Yep, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to recognize an extraordinary member of our community, Bonnie Johnson, as the recipient of the 2026 Ontario Senior of the Year Award. Born and raised in Whitewater Region and a longtime present of La Paz, Bonnie has spent her life caring for others and strengthening the communities she calls home. For more than 5 decades, Bonnie has served in healthcare in a variety of roles, including long-term care, hospital care, education, community health, and leadership. Throughout her career, she demonstrated an unwavering commitment to improving the health and well-being of those around her. One of Bonnie's most significant contributions was her leadership in helping establish community-based healthcare services in Whitewater Region when local healthcare access was at risk. Her vision, determination, and collaborative approach helped create lasting healthcare supports that continue to benefit residents today. Retirement did not mark the end of Bonnie's service. She had remained deeply involved in volunteer initiatives and community organizations, advocating for seniors, rural health, inclusion, and community well-being. Through her work for local and regional organizations, she continues to make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. Bonnie's dedication has been recognized well beyond our municipality. She has the recipient of the prestigious Joe Leonard Award, the highest honor awarded by the Association of Ontario Healthcare Centres, recognizing individuals who have demonstrated exceptional leadership and commitment to access high-care healthcare. The Ontario Senior of the The Ontario Senior of the Year Award, recognizes individuals who continue to enrich the social, cultural, and civic life of their communities around after the age of 65. Bonnie amplifies the most best of what that award represents. On behalf of Council and Whitewater Region and the Province of Ontario, it is my honor to congratulate Bonnie on being named the 2026 Ontario Senior of the Year. Bonnie, thank you for your service, your lifetime of service, your leadership, and your committed dedication to our community. Your contributions have touched countless lives, and this recognition is both fitting and well-deserved. Thank you, Bonnie. She's had quite the,
Yes.
yeah. Do you want to pick a picture, Peter?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the screen out of the picture, so everybody's gonna look this way, kind of. Because Rebecca sees a screen.
Thanks for prioritizing.
I know. 1, 2, 3. Comparing notes.
Yeah, yeah.
We go a long ways,
Bonnie wants to say a few words. Unless you want to give a speech.
Ivan said I couldn't give a long speech, so. And I didn't bring cookies for him, so. I'm going to probably, I just want to say I'm really honored to have been nominated for this and receive this award. It is wonderful. Thank you very much for all of you that were involved. But it leads me to think about the large number of people who are volunteering across Whitewater Region in various organizations or informally just as good neighbors. And I realize Neil has said almost the same thing, but I'm going to keep going. Volunteers make up the fabric of successful community, and volunteering has its own personal benefits and rewards. I'm looking forward to the future age-friendly community work the municipality is planning and the involvement of our working group and new volunteers, I'm hoping. But I would like to leave you with this quote. The author of this is unknown, and it is, "Volunteering is the ultimate exercise in democracy. You vote in elections once a year or 4 years, but when you volunteer, you vote every day about the kind of community you want to live in." So for everyone that is thinking about volunteering but think, no, I don't think so, give it a go. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bonnie and Peter, for joining us today. Good. Now, don't feel like you have to stay. Oh, so but we have one, I'll take any questions or comments from council. So Councillor Trim?
Yes, just a small comment, if I may. Something that wasn't mentioned yet is the fact that we have a senior active living center. And the fact that we do has much to do with Bonnie as part of a team, and she was a leader in that team. She was part of the team, but she was had a leadership role, And so I think that we should acknowledge that, because it's, not every community has this, and we're very fortunate. And through Bonnie's hard work and others on the committee and our mayor, we have it. And so I think that that should be said also. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So Bonnie and Peter, you probably have to go volunteer somewhere, so we will let you go, but thank you so much for coming out today and allowing us to recognize you. Good. Thank you. Next item is 7.2, and this is an opportunity for council to receive a delegation. And this is Mr. Nathan Phelan. Did I say that right? Phelan? Phelan, thank you. Mr. Nathan Phelan, and it's about Cedar Haven Road and some challenges with speed. So I'm going to ask Mr. Phelan to come on up to the mic and just make sure it's green. You may have to hold the button down a little. Good. So I'll turn the floor over to you. You have 15 minutes, and when you're completed, council can ask questions or make comments.
Sure.
Excellent. Floor is yours.
Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. My biggest concern, I moved on to Cedar Haven about 2 years ago. I'd never really traveled down the road that much, so I didn't really realize the extent of the population and the type of usage that the road receives. But over the last couple of years, it's become fairly obvious that it's definitely utilized a lot by the community. Just being here for 20 minutes, I've already heard a few stories of people who've used it a lot themselves. And my concern with the road being the speeds on it. So it's my understanding that the speed limit on Cedar Haven Road is 80 kilometers an hour. It's not posted, but I believe it's a municipal regulation that unposted roads are 80 kilometers. In front of the trailer park in the middle of Cedar Haven, it goes down to a 60. However, my concern being that almost any time of day, especially in the evenings and 12 months of the year, it receives heavy foot traffic. A lot of members of the community in that area use it for exercise, use it for walking their dogs. So one of the concerns with the speed being that it is a narrower road. There isn't a lot of opportunity for people to share the road, that I believe the community would be better served if the speed limit was reduced, and if in a long-term plan the community were able to take action where we had better control over it and implementing speed control like speed bumps or something of that nature, even if they were seasonal, is to not impede any snow removal in the winter. I know, I don't know the costs that would be involved in implementing that, but I do know that with today's society, distracted driving, things of that nature, the road definitely needs some kind of control measures put in place to better serve the people who use it. One of the things that I have noticed, I know I'm about halfway up the road, and by the time my kids get picked up on the school bus, which starts on West Ross, the bus is about half full, and by the time it gets to Highway 17, it's almost a full bus. So there's a large community of children in that area, and it's not the only school bus servicing the community as well. So to know that there's that many children on the road, you would think that you would see them around, but unfortunately, the kids, I'm assuming, are not allowed to use the road. I know with my children, we don't let them get out of arm's reach when we're out on the road, just because we don't trust how it's being used. And so I would just like to see, whether it progress over time, just some steps are taken to try and make it a safer place for our community. If there's any possibility where the entire road, we could start by adjusting the speed limit on the entire road to a 60, perhaps even including some additional signage. I know the population that uses the road is more than just Cedar Haven. It's the folks on Hydro Bay, the cul-de-sac, and then obviously up West Ross, there's a lot of houses up that way, and I know as you start going up West Ross, there's a lot of children as well up there. You know, West Ross at this end, I guess the lake end, is a little bit controlled because of the S-bend, but once you get out of that and get going, I know speeds up there can get quite excessive as well. So my proposal or my ask is that, and Ivan has informed me that there is some studies have already been put in place to try and monitor traffic. But if there's some implementation that we can do, obviously changing the speed limit on the entire road, including West Ross to the Zion line, so that everything is a 60, to try and make it a bit of a safer environment for the people who use it. And then also if we can put into consideration, like I said, seasonal speed control, like speed bumps, things of that nature. And nowhere in particular on the road, I would recommend ideally just spreading them out just to kind of keep people in mind that, you know, it is actually a 60, because it's one thing to put a speed limit up there, but rest assured, I can tell you that I've never seen a police officer on the road, so a sign's only as good as the people enforcing it. So other than that, I think everyone's kind of read the communications that I've had with Ivan. It's a pretty, you know, pretty self-explanatory thing, and like I said, I understand costs involved in getting speed limits changed from a regulation perspective, and then obviously the costs involved of, you know, relocating signs or adding additional signage to the area. I understand that as well, but it just seems, from the perspective of the community in that area, it just seems like it could be an easy win for the township to better protect those people and hopefully get some of the children out enjoying it. Obviously, I don't want the kids out there swerving around and being crazy on the road and setting up road hockey tournaments or anything like that, but I mean, right now, you never, you know, I don't know what it was like for you guys growing up, but I grew up on a side road and my parents were never with me, and it was, you know, fairly safe. And just with today's, like I said, with today's society and distractions and things of that nature, if there's any steps that we can take to kind of make it a safer place for the community, I think that would be greatly appreciated by everyone over on the other side of the lake there. That's all I had.
Excellent. Thank you so much for taking the time to come out today and put this on the public record. And it gives council a better appreciation for what are the challenges out there, specific in your case to Cedar Haven, but for anybody who comes and does a delegation. Good. So before we'll first offer up to council, any questions or comments that council wants to make to Mr. Phelan? Yeah, Councillor Olmsted.
Thanks, Mayor. Do you have, or do you think you can get the support of your neighbors and community with this via like signatures or?
I don't see why not. I mean, I could probably put a clipboard on my mailbox and it would be, you know, I'd have 50 signatures of just the people who walk the road.
Yeah, it just when we're presented something, full appreciation for what you're going through. I go through the same thing where I live. And we are 60 and they're going probably 100 and something coming up our hill. But I think it's important to understand that the community is behind the ask. So for me personally, I'd need to see the community, you know, not one person or two people, but like the general community would support that decision. I'd hate to make a decision and then the community come back to us and say, you know, what the heck were you guys thinking? And we weren't informed. And so I'd just like to get ahead of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Trim.
Yes, and further to that, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I know that speed was a big issue, maybe still is a big issue on the River Road to Arnprior. And it was very strictly enforced. They reduced it, certain areas to 60, 50, and the police really enforced it. But that road is a little different. There's a lot of through traffic. People from Westmeath, Beachburg, going whatever, right through to Ottawa, perhaps. This, as Councillor Olmsted pointed out, this is basically the people who live on the road. And if they're speeding now, they're not as concerned, or their guests, they're not perhaps as concerned about it as you are. So we would like to know the willingness. If we're going to change signs, which is speed limits, that's a wonderful idea. People need to obey it. We can also ask the OPP to patrol and to be no exceptions. Then local people are going to have fines. This is as Councillor Olmsted has pointed out, I think quite well. Community buy-in is the biggest part here. We can do our part, but I think the community here, that would be great, if you understand what I'm getting at. Because
No,
I like all your ideas, of course I do, and nobody wants to have a serious accident on any road. And now that we know that you've got a concern, we would like to deal with it in collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, did you want to say something, Mr. Phelan?
No, I understand, yeah, getting the feedback from the community, the importance of that.
Perfect, good. Any other questions from council? Yeah, Councillor Bell.
Am I able to ask a question to staff, to Lane? We had a similar type comment in Haley Station with that intersection, that being a county road. This is all municipally maintained road. What is the process there as far as a road that is designated 80, because it's not posted? If you wanted to put in a community safety zone or decrease the speed limit in a particular area, what is the particular process for that?
Director of Public Works.
If I may. Yeah, so the best practice would be to do a speed evaluation of the road using the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines. That determine, it depends on safety and sight lines, what the actual speed should be. And what we'd also do too is speeding is a problem. It's not just in one area; it's across township and across County of Renfrew. The one thing we can do in the interim is put up our radar traffic counters and determine if it's a pattern. Is it going to work every day? Is it coming home day? Then we can have that data and provide to the OPP for enforcement. Knowing that the county is quite large, and even our area for our local detachment, but if we can pinpoint certain times of day, if there's high value, if there's a lot of speeding during the time, then we can provide that data, and then hopefully they can come in enforcement. The one value just to add, and I totally, I recognize the safety point of view and kids, and the one issue that even with lowering speed limit, people speeding now, they'll speed, and even if they go down to 60 or 50, what big point it come down to enforcement.
Yeah, and I understand that, people who speed are gonna speed, and that's part of the reason why I've requested as well, whether it be permanent or seasonal speed bumps, people aren't gonna speed after they go over that once.
Good, and back to you, Councillor Bell.
So just to follow up to that, as far as the radar, do we, as a township, put those out in particular locations every year? Like, do we put that out in 2 or 3 locations every summer to get some feedback?
So we have multiple different types. We have the actual radar traffic counters that are little black box. They're not you don't see them. They're side of the road. And then we also have the actual flashing sign, the actual radar sign flashing, which we'll put out too. We typically move them around the township. We have 2 of them that are mobile. They'll help. It's one calming measure to slow down what your speed is.
So just my last point. So seeing as how we distribute those throughout the township throughout the year, I don't know if this would be a motion or just a suggestion, but with Nathan coming and presenting today, I'd like to put a priority on that road as one of the locations for this summer, if that's a possibility as a first step.
Perfect, Councillor Bell. What we'll do is we'll hold that, see if there's any other input from council, and we'll come back to it if it's direction to staff. Good. Councillor White.
I have a home that backs onto Cedar Haven Road at the Lakewood Mobile Home Park. I know how fast people speed on that road. I don't live there currently, but I was just there the other day and they still speed. I know that it goes from 60 just before the mobile home park. And there's a sign that says 60 ahead, then it says 60. And then I believe there's 2 more signs further down that say 60 kilometers an hour. So it's well marked that they're at 60 kilometers an hour. I'm probably one of the few, and that's because I use cruise control that does 60. I don't care what we do. I'm sorry, it's so unfortunate, but everybody, pretty much everybody speeds. And I mean, we've got the problems in Beachburg, we've got the problems in Haley's, we get the problem in Foresters Falls. I mean, you look at Cedar Haven Road, the only way to fix that is to put a curve in it somehow, because otherwise it's a straightaway and boom, away you go. I mean, there's not even a stop sign at the end of Cedar Haven. It's a 3-way stop, but not for Cedar Haven. The S-curve does slow people down, that much I know, but I mean, once you get past the S-curve, now I know that there's several children who live after the S-curve up to Hydro Bay Road, so, and I think there's 2 houses past there, so I still do 60. But I mean, have you ever flown over those 2 hills there? Oh, that's fun. Sure it is, but you're gonna ruin your car. So I don't know what we can do any more than besides stand there with a sign that says, slow down. I like the idea of ensuring that we put up the radar, but the other thing is, and I know it's true, some people see that sign and they're like, let's see how fast we can go. So there has to be, I mean, we get so many residents who are concerned about speed, and yes, I'm concerned about the speed, that's why I'm glad I have cruise control. But to do it all, no, because the houses on Cedar Haven from Foresters Falls Road to the mobile home park practically, they're like way off the road. There's no houses nearby, like that's right on the road. Just before the mobile home park, there's I think 4 or 5 houses. And then after that, then yeah, you've got not only the mobile home park, you've got Cedar Haven Trailer Park, you've got a business in there, you've got houses closer to the road. But it's all 60 already, and if they aren't doing 60, we lower it to 50, they'll still do 80. So I'm hoping we can come to do something about this, but it would have to be something that we would have to do across our municipality, because we have people coming here one by one saying, my road, my road, my road. So that's all I have to say.
Good, thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Moore.
Okay, so I'm going to look at the CAO right now, or / clerk, and wonder if we can get staff to do a study of this particular road from West Ross to Foresters Falls Road, monitoring traffic, signage, any regulations that are actually listed on our books for said road, and any infractions that the OPP might be able to shed some light on. And then with the help of Mr. Fellion, if he wants to get a petition up, then it could come back to council. Council can make a decision as to whether we want to spend money on new signage and or perhaps a speed bump or a 3-way stop somewhere or some kind of traffic calming measures. And if we can do traffic calming measures legally, is that enough direction?
Good, I'm just gonna, before I open it up to the rest of council, we'll just see if the CAO has got any input on that proposal that Councillor Moore's thrown on the floor.
Yeah, I think the common practice when we get requests of this nature is that staff analyze or conduct an analysis of the traffic count, speeds, together with collisions and the like, and review it against, as the directors noted, like best management practices. So yeah, I mean, if the direction from council is to do that, we will proceed with that. Yeah.
And that includes Councillor Bell's comment about prioritizing radar. It will be prioritized within that.
Yeah, so just drafting the motion or the direction, if you will, so that included in it sort of the implementation of a radar signage on Cedar Haven Road throughout summer 2026. Direct staff to conduct an analysis and report back to council with the findings. Those are the 2 points highlighted so far.
Good. And you recommend resolution?
Like a motion?
Yes.
I think it would make sense, yeah.
Perfect. So you'd like to put that on the floor?
As a motion, yes.
Oh, good. Do I have a seconder? Yes, Councillor White. Okay, so we can debate that resolution on the floor. Councillor White.
I know he said from West Ross Road down to like Cedar Haven, but could we include West Ross, even if it's just a Hydro Bay Road? But preferably to Zion Line, but, because I mean, once you reach Hydro Bay Road, there's only like, well, there's 2 or 3 houses there, but then there's 2 hills are there, and then there's only 2, 3 houses after that, so
So sorry, you're saying from Zion to Foresters Falls Road?
Zion to Foresters Falls, preferably, yes.
Good.
If we could amend that, or I don't know if we have to amend it.
Mover, is that fall within what you had hoped to put on the floor?
Yes, that covers that whole corner, so yeah.
Oh, good. So we'll
Because we
take
do
that.
have a one-way stop there that maybe should be a 3, that may be traffic coming. That's something that can be looked at.
Good. So we'll consider that a friendly amendment. Good. Deputy Mayor.
If I may, I was born and raised on that road, right there. Walked it, ran it, cycled it, did it all right there. And there hasn't been a lot of additional housing or anything put on that road since, like there certainly is when you first come in, coming right off of Foresters Falls Road there. But as far as continuing on, I would be concerned. And the reason I'm not really in favor of doing this right at this very moment is, my concern is the residents that are on there right now, they're the residents that live on that road. They're not through traffic people, really. They're the residents that are living on that road. So I think it's the residents that should really start maybe slowing down. That's just my take on that. I don't see where, it's not like, Foresters Falls Road going the other way. Like, there's just people that live on that road that are an issue here, I think. Unless I'm missing something. We can do the traffic, whatever we want to do with it, take a look at it, but I don't think that, at this point in time it's going to change very much, to be honest. And I agree with Councillor White that what road, every road in Whitewater region, you name me one that we're always getting calls on, all of us are getting calls on. People have to slow down, and maybe we just need more enforcement. I don't know, but anyway, thank you very much, Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments from anybody else on the motion on the floor? None? I have one question I'll add that I didn't hear in the discussion that I was hoping that Director of Public Works might be able to comment on, is traffic calming. Mr. Phelan has mentioned it a couple times, using speed bumps. I know there are some restrictions in terms of traffic calming, what would work at different speeds, and there's a regulation. We don't have a traffic calming policy at this point in time, but is there anything you can share just to kind of put that idea out in council's heads of what traffic calming might look like and what might apply in a circumstance like this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Typically, most traffic calming that actually physically is a barrier is typically it's 50 kilometers or below. I think it's above that. Typically, one of them comes to mind is the actual radar signs, like the actual your speed signs is displayed. That's one of the measures comes off mind.
Good. And I know traffic calming is a policy that we talked about in our transportation master plan, so that we would have this as a reference point. But thank you. Councillor Olmsted?
I've got to go back to my original comment. I've got to see an appetite from the community for this, from that community. I know residents have been on that road. Some of them live there 10, 20, 30, some 40 years have been on that road that live there. I've got to know that it's more than 1 or 2 people that are looking for this, because I know some of them are my family. So I'm going to hear back from them if we go ahead and spend taxpayers' money on something that the community doesn't want. So again, there's got to be an appetite from the general community over there to move something forward. Thank you.
Good. So you're suggesting that we would hold this analysis that we're considering, that's on the floor right now, hold that until we received a petition demonstrating.
I would hate to spend 1 red cent, and staff are full now. I'd hate to see us move forward with any kind of a spend, including staff time, until we understand that there's an appetite for this. That's my thoughts.
Good, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there any other comments before I call for the vote? Good, can you just, oh, sorry.
He was, if we would ask Mr.
Can I
Fallon-
have public input while it's being discussed after motion's on the floor?
I think it's maybe pertinent, so you could.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Phelan?
I appreciate the historical perspective provided by the council and the experiences of those living on the road. I do believe that the current situation is outdated based on what it was previously intended for, protecting the trailer park. If you were to approach the trailer park from Foresters Falls Road, there are 7 houses that are close to the road. 4 of them are home to multiple children. 3, a 4th is expecting. So 4 of the 7 homes affected by this. If you were to drive down the road right now, there's currently 2 toddler bicycles within 10 feet of the road sitting in the driveway. So I know those children are in close proximity to the road. I understand the perspective of the long laneways, how those people may not be as affected by those who are closer. However, as I mentioned, the current situation is possibly outdated and not in the best interests of all of the people who currently live on the road. And if it's a matter of cost, I have a shovel. I can move the sign for you.
Good. Yes, Councillor Homestead.
Again, if there's, and with due respect, get them to sign a piece of paper. That's all I'm asking. Okay, just if there's 100 people on the road, get 10 signatures. There's got to be some form of an appetite versus, I know you're representing them now, but I want to see something with a signature on it to say, yes, we support the motion. That's all I'm asking.
Councillor Bell, sorry.
I think I'd be in support of that, waiting to get some formal buy-in from the community, but I'd still like to suggest that with the radar, or with the, I guess with the radar that we distribute throughout the township anyway, I'd still like to see that in that area at some point this summer. And I think it could give us some useful information if this does come back with community support.
Is there any other comments? Okay, so I'm going to ask the clerk just procedurally here. We've got 2 avenues ahead. We can seek an amendment to the motion, although I think it might be a pretty significant amendment, versus voting one down and putting another one forward. Is that, in your opinion?
Yeah, so I think you're correct, there's 2 paths forward. So yeah, I think we should make a decision as it pertains to the current motion, which reads that Council of the Township of Whitewater Region direct staff to implement the radar signage on Cedar Haven Road throughout summer 2026, and direct staff to conduct analysis of the traffic impacts and report back to council with the findings. Portion of road is Cedar Haven Road from Foresters Falls and West Ross at Hydro Bay Road intersection, it appears. That was the discussed portion. So that's the motion on the floor, and if it's passed, then we move forward. If it's defeated, then we could re-examine an alternative motion.
Good. Any final comments from council? Yes, Councillor White.
Okay, so if we implement the radar sign, and wouldn't they have to do an analysis of the information that's provided there? Or I'm not sure I understand the second half of that as to pertains to an analysis.
CAO?
So the radar sign is, it does collect data, but it's also a traffic calming measure. So data aside, putting up the sign will attempt to calm traffic and reduce speeds by itself. I think in any case, we want to issue the radar. They could be together, they could be separate. We're just separating for the purpose of the discussion. Thanks.
Perfect. And if a petition, sorry, last question, if there was a petition received, Mr. Phelan comes in, provides it to you, there's no requirement for it to come back, and we could consider that at the next council meeting if that was timed correctly?
Yeah, so the two options there is, one, we could have an amendment to the current motion that directs the CAO to commission or authorize this work subject to the reception of a petition, which would then not require us to come back. A petition to be reviewed by leads for roads and the mayor, if you will. Alternatively, we would add it as correspondence requiring direction, and then we would bring this topic back up at a correspondence at a future meeting.
Perfect. Mr. Phelan, you've really given us some procedural bylaw opportunities here to practice, so we appreciate that.
It's for
Good.
the children.
Sorry?
I kid you not, there's not a single kid that uses that road, and there must be 50 to 60 kids, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, I'm not making comment on the content of your proposal, just the machinations that we have to go through to make sure I follow the right procedure to get to a decision. Good. The CAO did present. Is there anybody interested in doing an amendment to the motion? Yes, Councillor White.
I'd like to see the analysis removed and just do the radar and do the analysis once we see if there is a data from that shows that there is a big problem with speeding. I mean, I know I feel there is, but I'd like to know for sure. And the problem with that is we don't know if the traffic is just going to be the local traffic, or that's what I don't know. So, so I don't want to do an analysis without having more information than just the radar.
Perfect. Yes, Councillor Olmsted.
So if I may, I think the radar does give you some information with traffic counts and that kind of stuff. So could the motion read, use the information from the radar for the analysis rather than doing any more studies on traffic counts and that kind of stuff? I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, so, CAO, please help me here, but we were doing a staff assessment, which included traffic counts, we were doing radar, we were doing OPP infractions, and looking at traffic calming. That's essentially what we had said. You're proposing to amend it to only be the radar, to collect the information, and then make a determination in conjunction with a petition?
Yeah, and as the CAO had said, I believe the radar is a traffic calming measure to begin with.
It is.
So we've covered that. We're covering if there's a speed issue, the radar will give us that. And it'll also give us information about traffic counts and that kind of stuff too.
Good.
So my perception early on is that we're going to do another study, and we're spending money on studies and stuff, which I don't think at this point is necessary. And I'd like that in conjunction with just some signatures and move forward.
Okay, so I'm going to try to repeat this again, see if the CAO captured your amendment. You guys are killing me. Okay, so you're proposing to amend the motion to take out all but installation of the radar as a traffic calming measure and to gather data. Combine that with a potential petition that might be provided by the resident. Bring that back to council once those two things have gathered. Good. Is there a seconder to that amendment? I see Councillor Bell. Is there any debate with respect to that amendment? None? Councillor Trim.
I must be falling behind because, so we collected some information, good data, and then don't do anything with it. Don't do a report, don't make any suggestions.
No, it's the
seems
collection
like-
of data, add the petition, and bring it back to council.
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm going to go to Councillor Bell.
So just as a clarification, again, sorry. My interpretation was we put out these radars throughout the summer in different locations anyway. My suggestion was that Mr. Phelan's here making the presentation. It's an opportunity to put this out for a tool that we utilize anyway throughout the township. It allows us to collect data. at which point, if the petition comes back, we can use that data in our analysis if we decide to go ahead with it. Am I clear on that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Good. That is essentially what you and Councillor Olmsted have put on the floor as an amendment to Councillor Moore's previous resolution. You've got it, CEO? Good. I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. Good. All those in favor? Good. It is, the motion on the floor is amended. Could you read the new motion, please?
That council at Township of Whitewater Region direct staff to implement the radar signage on Cedar Haven Road throughout summer 2026, and that staff to seek the delivery of a petition from the delegate as it stands.
And then bring it back to council.
Yep.
Good. Any final debate on this? Good. I see none. We're going to call for the vote. All those in favor? And it is unanimous. So thank you, Mr. Phelan, for putting this on the public record. Thank you for taking the time to bring this important issue to council. And as you can see, there is a lot of concern, not just with your road, but on a number of roads, and we need to find a way to properly address this, not one by one. So you're the front edge of this approach.
For the petition, do you want it to only be residents whose addresses are Cedar Haven Road, or include Hendry, the trailer park on the right, the further down, Hydro Bay, all of that?
I'm going to get the CAO to add some amplification to that, please.
Yeah, so what I'll connect with you, Nathan, afterwards, just to give some scope to that
Okay.
petition. Thanks.
Thank you again. We really appreciate you making the time to come today.
Thank you for hearing me out and actioning a plan for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good, and thanks to council and the clerk for keeping us on order there, but the system does work when we use it to debate things on the floor, so I appreciate the time that we invested in that. Excellent. Coming back to the agenda, we are going to take 7.3 and 7.4, and they're deferred until later in the day. That leads us to item number 8, which is the mayor's address, and I just have it's been a busy 2 weeks since our last council meeting, and June is all that more busy with school graduations at every level. Like we're going to see later on today, we're going to be handing out our outstanding youth bursaries to 6 residents who have graduated from high school. So it is a very busy time with school graduations at every level, JK through to grade 12 and university and colleges. On behalf of council, I want to congratulate all the graduates as they end their school years and either move on to the next year of study or into the workforce. As we move into the summer routine, we have a number of upcoming events and fairs happening. First are the Canada Day celebrations. Councillor Bell mentioned Foresters Falls. There's the Beachburg Fair, the Tour to Whitewater, the Pembroke Multicultural Festival. Sprinkled in that, we have our summer camps, we've got historical society events, we have library events, we have music in the park in Cobden and in Westmeath. We have our Legion barbecues, we've got the farmers market. It's incredible just to see everything that happens in our community, and it's all happening by the power of volunteers. So as we heard this morning, how important volunteers are into our community. Great news that we will be hosting the Minister of Rural Affairs for the opening ceremonies of the 170th Beachburg Fair. So Minister Lisa Thompson is going to be joining us for those opening ceremonies. Her Rural Ontario Development grants have contributed in many ways across the county, including here in Whitewater Region, and it gives us the opportunity to show off at least one of our 2 rural celebrations this summer. So we're really excited to host Minister Thompson, and she used to be a goat farmer, if anybody's interested. We may also be welcoming Minister Cho, not Minister Cho of Seniors and Accessibility, but Minister Cho of Tourism, Culture, and Gaming. His ministry awarded 2 $20,000 grants to each of our fairs. He may be visiting this same Beachburg Fair weekend. We're just trying to tie that up. It won't be there for the opening ceremonies. And this is a great, because we know tourism is a huge component of our industry here in Whitewater region, and we're looking forward to any opportunity to give him some experiences from Splash Valley, our new beer spa, Whitewater rafting, and our incredible trail systems. So more to follow as that shapes up. I know that staff are linked up with the MPP staff to coordinate those details, and we'll loop council in as they get confirmed. I also want to remind folks that the month of June recognizes not only Seniors Month, but also Indigenous History, Men's Mental Health, and Pride Month. This is a time to celebrate diversity and recognize the contributions of our seniors, our Indigenous leaders, and our 2SL LGBTQI+ individuals throughout and across Whitewater region. It's also important to reaffirm our commitment to being a welcoming and inclusive community where everyone feels respected and valued, and a reminder for us of the importance of respect, inclusion, and looking out for one another. And that ends my mayor's report for today. Is there any questions or comments from council? Yes, Councilor Moore.
As we get closer to the fair, can you let us know what time that opening will be taking place? Thursday night, Friday evening, whatever time, et cetera?
Absolutely. I believe it'll be Friday night, time to be confirmed. Okay, but I know that they were just meeting last night, the MPP's office, to coordinate those details, so we'll find that out another time. Any other comments or questions? Good, excellent. We'll keep moving. Item number 9, which is our public comments. I'll just ask the CAO, did we receive any public comments on any of the items on the agenda today?
None have been received.
Excellent. That moves us into reports. The first report for us is about Wren Phase 3 and 4. This is the authorization to execute the subdivision agreement. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve a bylaw to authorize the entering into a subdivision agreement with Bonashare Excavating Incorporated in relation to Wren Subdivision Phase 3-4, subject to the final approval of the CAO, and provide for the naming of new roads forming a part of Wren Subdivision Phase 3-4 as Founders Court, Blackstone Court, and Wren Drive. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. Planner, if you could please present the report.
Yes, through you, Mayor. So approval of plan of subdivision usually occurs through a 2-phase approval process. First phase is known as draft approval, when the approval authority approves a draft plan, creates a list of draft conditions. This process is considered approval in principle. In the case of Wren subdivision, the draft plan of subdivision, draft conditions were approved by the County of Renfrew on December 18th, 2025. The second phase of approval consists of the developer fulfilling these draft conditions, which may include zoning amendment, engineering drawings, etc. As it relates to Wren subdivision, there was 45 conditions of draft approval. All but 4 of these conditions have been filled at this point, which include the approval of a subdivision agreement, which is being brought to council today, submission of final R plan, submission of a final composite utility plan, and a zoning bylaw amendment to lift the holding symbol. They have submitted, typically we do that in conjunction with the approval of a subdivision agreement. So once this is complete, that will be brought to council. The subdivision agreement pertains to Wren subdivisions phase 3 and 4, which includes 46 lots, and the extension of Wren Drive, as well as the creation of 2 new roads known as Founders Court and Blackstone Court. The original intention was to develop these phases separately. However, the applicant expressed desire to develop them both at the same time, and the township was agreeable, so that's why phase 3 and 4 are coming together. The subdivision agreement that we're being authorized to execute today includes conditions to satisfy the township, including construction of roads, installation of water, sewer, storm services, installation of utilities, and submission of financial securities. The approval of this agreement marks a significant point in the approval process. Staff confirmed to council at this point that it is satisfied with the engineering relating to the proposed civil works and the stormwater management which will serve the lands. Staff also confirms that utilities, parkland, and landscaping requirements have been met at this time. The subdivision agreement also outlines the obligations of the owner regarding execution of works, deposit of financial securities, and necessary testing and site works approval process. At this time, because staff are satisfied, we are bringing this to council for approval.
Excellent, thank you, planner. And I'll go to our mover, Councillor Trim, first. Any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may make 2 comments, please. Number 1, this is perfect development. This is something the province wants, and I think something we want. This is a very good example of a walkable community extension. This isn't suburban, this is right in our community. So people, if they choose, can walk to church, can walk to school, can walk to shopping. And right now, with the high cost of fuel and vehicles, that's a nice option to have. If you live in suburbia, you can't live there without a vehicle. Well, you can live in the Wren subdivision and not need to use a vehicle, and use a bicycle, and all of these things. So, this is great news, and I know there's more planned in the future, and it's perfect. And it's really good news for the small businesses in our community, on our main street. The second thing I'd like to just quickly say is there's 53 pages of an agreement here. And I'm not going to claim I read every word of it. I did skim through it, and it makes me think of how important our planning, building, and public works department is to us to make sure that all of the conditions in those 53 pages, has to do with grass and trees and lighting, you name it. Somebody has to make sure that this agreement is fulfilled. And if anybody asks what does our employees do, print this off for them. It's a lot of work. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me those comments. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Olmsted was our seconder.
Yeah, just one comment. 35 years, just so give you some context to this. I bought the first house up there that was built 35 years ago on Morrison Drive, 3 Morrison Drive. It was the first property, it was a spec home. We purchased it, my wife and I started our family there. It's taken 35 years to get to this point. It kind of makes me old, but I just want to understand the process that this takes, and this is a fantastic commitment and investment by this company into our community. So glad to, I'm alive to see hopefully I'm alive to see the completion of this project. It was supposed to be, I think, a 10-year project, and here we are 35 years later. Thank you.
Good, thanks for those comments. Without taking away from, the recognition of BEI and the investment they're making, but that would have made you 10 when you bought that house. Councillor Moore, please.
I'm not against this, but I do have a concern. We just had a presenter about traffic and speed, and now we're adding to this subdivision one way in, one way out. And in the last 2 months, we've had 2 complaints about traffic on Wren. So what is next for Wren? We're increasing the traffic, we're increasing the truckload during construction, etc. And the residents at, I'm sorry, I don't know the address number for the home there. They're complaining about traffic, and the road isn't wide enough and there's no sidewalks. So is this the point to bring this up? Like, is it up to us with the subdivision agreement to put in said sidewalk or investigate it? Or is it up to the contractor, BEI?
Good. Staff would like to add comment?
I'll defer to our Director of Public Works as it pertains to sort of just the general standard around sidewalks and local roads. and where they're merited and maybe where they're less merited. And I think maybe there's some measures that are being considered for Wren at this point in time to try to mitigate the concerns from residents, but maybe over to you, Director Cleroux, provide some input on that.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you're correct that there's no sidewalks to the home and also into this subdivision. With the subdivision, as Councillor Olmsted has stated before, that the phase one was 3 or 4 decades ago. I think it was the early '90s, if I recall the date. And the cross section, what was a rural standard versus an urban standard with sidewalks and curbs, and what was selected back then, what carried on to phase 2, 3, and 4 is carry that same cross section. So it's more of a rural standard. It's not. There's no sidewalks. And then also time of the home, there was no commitment to provide sidewalks. And you're correct that there's been correspondence from one of the residents in the home to have walkway, and staff, along with the mayor, have been discussing and what the alternative is. There a connection to the Algonquin Trail? Is there alternatives versus building a new sidewalk along Rand Drive?
Yeah, I think one of the points that the director has made is, in the inception of the development, when they provided draft approval for the full development, like this has been, there's 2 phases of development. The first phase is draft approval. The discussion of a sidewalk was not brought to light at that point in time, which poses a challenge for us with the design of the road, the rural cross section, and sort of the ask at this stage in the process. In some instances, there's off-site works that are conducted, like if you've got to increase wastewater pipes to service the development, this could be considered. But I think, from a perspective from the CAO here, I think we're a bit beyond that. I think if we're going to investigate measures to improve circulation for pedestrians and active transportation, we should look at other models that will be implemented by the township.
Good, and I'll just say, Councillor Moore, you're correct. This is the time to bring it up, and the context that the staff are providing here has helped frame how we move forward with it, so I appreciate the question. Councillor Olmsted, you had a comment?
Yeah, just with respect to Councillor Moore's comment, in fact, the Rand Drive, I don't know if it was widened, but years ago, the township installed a park bench along that road, and they did a painted line sidewalk, so the road, I think it was like a 1 meter section, actually had a yellow line down it, just one side on the Crescent Care side. And at that time, it went right to Crescent Care, so I don't know beyond that if that was intended to keep going up Rand Drive. I think the road is the exact same width from True Love Street all the way up there anyway, so I don't know if the intention was to keep that yellow line as a barrier or not, but I can tell you there was a yellow line and a park bench, or maybe even 2 of them, put along that road for seniors from the home would walk up that road, sit down, have a break, and walk back.
Thanks. I think that context is good. Just so that we can keep going on the item on the floor, what I'd like to suggest, Councillor Moore, staff, is that maybe myself and Councillor Moore as the lead for Public Works, we could meet with Crescent Care, look at active transportation options, whether that's the line or some alternative ways to access downtown outside of this specific report that's on there. Is that, Councillor Moore?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Good. So can we take that as just staff direction on the side?
Yeah, noted. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. Any other questions on this subdivision agreement? I see none. We will call for the vote. All those in favor? And it is carried. And for BEI, thank you. We appreciate the investment in our community. Next item is 10.2, which is the request for proposal award for the environmental monitoring and reporting at waste sites. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the award for environmental monitoring and reporting services at each of the 3 solid waste sites for a 5-year term to D.M. Willis Associates Limited as per request for proposal 2026-04 with a year 1 cost of $46,444.26 inclusive of non-refundable HST. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Moore and a seconder. Councillor Bell. Good, and this is Superintendent Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just diving into a little bit of background here. So as council is probably aware, each of our township waste disposal sites hold environmental compliance approvals issued by the Ministry of Environment. And each of those ECAs requires that monitoring programs are undertaken at each of the 3 sites to ensure that they remain in compliance with their license. So in order to demonstrate such compliance, we're required to prepare annual reports that are then submitted to the ministry. Our Ross landfill site, the active site, has reporting done annually with reported by March 31st, and then Cobden and Westmeath are reported biennially, alternating years. And so we have reached the point where our current contract with our current consultant is done. And so staff released RFP 2406 that requested environmental monitoring services for our 3 sites for a 5-year period covering the monitoring years of 26 through 2030. And then the actual reporting, the final reporting date would be undertaken in early 2031. The RFP was structured to provide for 2 possible 1-year extensions to a possible term of 7 years. So the RFP was advertised on the township's website and through Bid Dingo. One addendum was issued to clarify some details and to extend the closing date till June 9th. 22 of the RFP documents were picked up through Bid Dingo, and we ultimately received 4 proposals. And these proposals were opened, had a public opening with among staff, and the results showed that we got responses from 4 companies, being Ballastic Engineering, DM Willis Associates, JP2G Consultants, and Thurber Engineering, and prices ranged between $23,496 and $117,495. Further to this, the proposals were evaluated by myself and the Director of Public Works and Councillor Moore. Each of the proposals was scored individually, and an average was used to determine the final score based out of 100. The scope used to evaluate the proposals is included in my staff report. I won't get too far into that, but one thing to note is that the financial portion of the proposal used the year 1 price that was provided in each of the proposals as part of the financial score. And that year 1, just so you understand, includes the landfill monitoring as well as engineering support and tendering support for the installation of a new bi-level monitoring well. So the Ministry of Environment has required that we install a new well, and we previously discussed this in earlier reports. So the successful proponent here would help us undertake that work this year. And so the evaluation found that DM Wills Associates Limited obtained the highest score. Of note, some monitoring was undertaken already by JP2G at Westmeath and Ross landfills. Therefore, in order to sort of get an understanding of the year 1 pricing and the pricing going forward, the proponents were asked to provide sort of like a discount of what that work that's already been completed, and then incorporating that into their price this year. Going forward, obviously that discount won't go forward because the new consultant will undertake the entire program. So following our review, staff did consult with two municipalities referenced in DM Will's proposal, being Temescamine Shores and Asphodel Norwood, and both provided very positive reviews for their work with DM Wells up to this date. I think each of them had about 5 years worth of experience with them. So just to dive into the financial portion of this, so I've provided in this report, so our the monitoring budget for the total of the 3 sites currently is $49,000 for 2026. Approximately $10,730 has been spent to date with the monitoring that's been done so far. The portion of the monitoring section of DM Will's bid is $40,256. And so that came to a total of $50,986. So it does currently exceed our approved budget by $1,986. And staff are recommending that that overage be funded by the Waste Management Reserve. The second piece of this is the installation of the bi-level well. So DM Mill's portion in their bid or their proposal cost was $6,187, which leaves a remaining budget of $13,812 to actually undertake the actual drilling of the well. Yeah, so that's everything with that one. Are there any questions?
Thank you. And Councillor Moore, you're up first.
Nice to see we're moving forward and keeping up on current abilities of what we have to do. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Good. And the seconder is Councillor Bell. No comment. Any other comments or questions from members of council? Councillor Trim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if there's any more drilling to do, because it says in the bottom, remaining budget for drilling tender. Is there any more drilling to do? And if not, does this $7,000, extra $7,000, go back into capital reserve?
So the two bi-level monitoring well, which could either be one well with 2 pieces in it or 2 separate wells, hasn't been completed yet. So that will be work that's undertaken presumably late in the summer, early fall. With DM Wells, the new consultant, supporting us in that. So at this point in time, there would be no wells over and above that.
Okay.
And so the portion of DM Wells, it's like the engineering part, that's their cost, the $6,000. The remaining budget would be the physical install of the well. So presumably hiring a well contractor to actually physically drill the well. Does that clarify things?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Any other questions? Good. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Oh, next one. Main and Crawford Street Valve Repair Award. So the recommendation is that the Council of the Township Whitewater Region approve the award of a contract for the replacement of 2 water main valves on Main Street and Crawford Street, that's here in Cobden, to Splinter Forest Products and Construction Limited at a total cost of $41,797.92, inclusive of non-refundable HST. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor White. Back to Superintendent Nicholson, please.
Thank you. So again, starting with a little bit of background. So as everybody is likely aware, on January 22nd of this year, there was a significant water main break that occurred in Cobden in our distribution system near the corner of Dixon and Gould. During that operation, Aqua, our system operator, encountered numerous water main valves on surrounding roads that would not move and would just simply not close completely. And these water main valves are critical components to our water distribution system because they enable the operators to control how water flows through the system, and are especially important during maintenance and in emergencies. So, for instance, during this break, these valves are critical to ensuring that they can isolate the area, turn off the water, make the repair in a timely manner. So following the initial main break on Dixon, Aqua realized that there was a large number of valves that were, as I said, not operating. And Aqua's operators undertook a program to identify and test all the valves in Cobden to identify those that wouldn't perform and perform maintenance as required. During that program, Aqua identified 2 additional water main valves at the corner of Main Street and Crawford that would not close despite several attempts at exercising them. The valves are leaking significant amount of water and are presumed to be broken, irreparably broken. Aqua has advised that these 2 critical valves must be replaced. So just, I won't get too deep into it, but to mention is that the presumed cause of the significant number of breaks that we experienced this winter that occurred between January and March was due to the prolonged period of very cold weather. Freeze-thaw cycles, the stresses experienced on the pipes tend to have these things occur more often in really cold years. One of the main breaks that occurred, the contractor noted that it was frozen to beyond 5 feet, which is quite a deep freeze this year that occurred. So this year was definitely a high year for that. As far as the analysis of, township staff did request quotations from 3 construction contractors capable of completing these replacements. And we received 3 quotes, one from GP Splinter Forest Products in the amount of $46,414, Bonashare Excavating at a cost of $56,048, and McRae's Excavating at $75,150. Of note, staff, in an attempt to limit the cost of markups that often comes along with these things, township staff elected to purchase the valves ourselves directly, so the valves and couplings required to undertake the work. We were able to do that through the canoe procurement program at a total cost of $7,666. So that would have come out of, presumably, the 3 quotes that we received above would have been significantly more than that had that not been taken off the top. So as far as the financial implications go with this, the 2026 approved budget, notably for water main repairs, was $7,150. Year-to-date spending on the breaks and valve replacements currently sits at $67,326, a dramatic number above that. So my report I've shown of the breakdown of those, the cost to date. Additionally, with the addition of these 2 valves, the Crawford main valve repairs, with the cost, the non-refundable HST cost from the Splinter quote at $41,000, brings the total cost for expenditures for water main breaks repairs to $109,124. So again, due to the extenuating circumstances of the extremely cold winter, and much of this work occurred under emergency situations, staff are proposing to fund the incurred overages on this line through the Water Reserve Fund. Further to this, staff will also review this line for the upcoming 2027 budget to make sure that that is set at a more appropriate level. So one thing we did want to mention is that the delay in getting this going, there was a few reasons why staff, why this is coming up now. The staff wanted to ensure that this work occurred during the summer months. Initially, when this all came up, it was quite cold, and undertaking these repairs in the winter would be a difficult exercise. We also were hoping to wait until the school was out. One of the repairs that's occurring is going to be in a crosswalk area that's quite highly traveled by students. We also wanted to time this with in order to have the line painting for that crosswalk be undertaken at the same time with the other line painting being undertaken. So, of also note, one of the things that we will be discussing with Aqua is the So they undertake a valve turning program. So generally, all valves in town are usually turned or exercised, maintenance inspections every 3 years. So Aqua has done that. It's been about 2 years since the last big round of turning, aside from these ones that happened in the winter. But that is something we'll be following up with Aqua to ensure that that maintenance continues to occur so that we're not stuck in situations when these valves aren't working. On that note, are there any questions?
Councillor Moore is mover.
Unfortunately, we're talking about stuff that's underground and nobody can see. So we're damned if we do, damned if we don't, and if they don't work, we gotta fix them. And it's a cost of doing business, unfortunately, but all we can do is move forward. Thank you.
Seconder is Councillor White.
Yes, I did have a few concerns from residents in the area regarding how much water, and I know I'm not going to explain this very well, but they were questioning how much water was processed or whatever due to this leak going on and on and on. Like you say, it's 109,000, but that does not include the water that had to be reprocessed because it was cleaned, sent through. And then, so do we know like what the leakage was, or is that hard to determine? Otherwise, I'm fine with the report, thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not something that we could determine with any precision. Going forward, this would be the reason for installation of water meters and those sorts of things, because then you can get a better understanding of leaks and volumes. But I mean, I can only say it's not a dramatic number. The plant operators haven't made any comment to us that flows are dramatically up. Nonetheless, any water being not making it directly to the user is not great, but we are working to get this going as quickly as we can. And there will be some coordination with the county as well to do this. So,
Other questions from members of council? Councillor Bell.
Just under the financial implications, the water main repair budget line is $7,150. Obviously, we're way past that with this particular project. With the other valves in the area, is there concern, expectation that this is going to be a recurring? I know you said that there's maintenance done on them every 3 years, and so they'll be in the process of doing that. We're in year 2 of that now. Just wondering if we can expect this to be a recurring theme in the years to come with infrastructure being relatively the same age, or whether these are anomalies based on the year, because it was a cold year, but we're in Canada, we have cold winters, so just wondering if there's any concern with that, or whether we should be looking at increasing this on this budget line item annually based on where we're at with our infrastructure.
yeah, so I mean, as our infrastructure ages, that will continue to be, this will continue to be something that potentially comes up. Of note, we do have one major road project being Crawford Street in the next year, that presumably all these sorts of valves and stuff would be replaced with new infrastructure. So the more support that council gives to revitalizing streets in older areas, that will decrease these sorts of things over time. But of note, I mean, climate change is something that does cause extremer weather events. It's the freeze-thaw cycles. It's the deep cold was a factor this year, but it's also the warm-ups, the up and downs that causes the stress back and forth. So yes, older infrastructure, older areas of town, this could presumably continue, and it should be considered when we look at our budget going forward for this line item, definitely.
Sir Bell.
One more point on that. As far as the maintenance is concerned, then we're on a 3-year cycle, I think you said, with Aqua. Does it make sense to revisit that and potentially increase this to biannually, or, once every year, or once every 2 years as opposed to 3 years, excise these valves to try to make sure that we're limiting the number of breaks that we have in a given year?
that's definitely something for us to have a discussion with. Exercising valves will help in that it helps you identify when there are ones that aren't working, so you're not stuck in an emergency. In this instance, these two valves were in older locations. The one on Dixon, you could see that it was basically on one of these, there was a bolt that was degraded from like salt, presumably. So the brakes those valves may continue to break, but identifying, like the exercising program might help partially not break them as fast, but more so identify them in a more ideal situation, not during an emergency, if that makes sense.
So it's something that you're monitoring and kind of keeping it back.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Councillor Trim.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to the manager, is identifying the condition of our infrastructure, water, sewer, is that part of our asset management plan that we're working on, that we're developing? And is there any grants for that?
I'll turn it over to the Director of Public Works. He might be able to comment.
Yes, so we do have record drawings, and we have a database of like the water main types and what staff doing right now, actually going through and ensuring like do mapping and then adding what years is. There is, I would say, for the size of the multiple systems, the data is limited in some areas, but staff are trying to find to determine what is like the actual like type and the year was installed, and also having when we need to replace, and that would all go into the plan.
Any other questions from council? Good. I just had a couple of comments that I too had received a number of phone calls of water flowing, out and then right back into the treatment plant, and then but I understand the timelines the reasons why you outlined for the delay, I can appreciate. I liked Councillor Bell's question about, is the 3-year cycle correct? Should it be a 2-year cycle for the check? I mean, based on these costs, just on these two valves, it's basically $15,000 of valve replacement. I don't know how many valves we have, but I'd sure as heck want to replace them in the summertime at probably half the cost as to digging up frozen earth or having the water run until the ground thaws. So I think we're on the right track when you say that you're going to monitor this to try to get ahead of it proactively. A question maybe for Director of Public Works on road construction. We're going to be doing Crawford within the next year. It's a pretty significant project. We're seeing frost go down 5 feet. Is there ways that when we do the construction that we could try to better protect these very expensive pieces of infrastructure from future deep thaw? Is there something we should be considering in terms of the design of that road or future design?
Yeah, so a lot of like historic water mains were installed. They weren't installed as deep, shallower, but the current standard is 2.4 meters to 2.1 meters in that range. Where a lot of water mains back, in the 60s, 70s were installed at 1.8. I've seen water mains installed as like half a meter or 1 meter. But the common practice now is 2.4, and that's when we're putting in our standard in their Crawford.
Perfect, good. Last question for me, and again, it comes back to cost. Again, I think Councillor Bell talked about it. $7,000 budgeted. We're spending 109 so far this year. Is there some consideration if we did a standing offer for this type of emergency repair over more than a year timeline? Could we secure a cheaper price? Is there other ways to try to mitigate the cost other than asset management? Can we mitigate that response cost through other contracting means?
So, one thing I can mention is that several of these, the ones that occurred under emergency circumstances, were through Aqua. I know in discussions with Aqua about a year and a half ago, they did undertake not a formal standing offer, but they did request hourly quotes from all of the contractors in the area and have generally chosen to use the one that had provided the lowest costing. This was a little bit of a separate situation in that it wasn't undertaken under emergency circumstances, so we took the time to fully ask for full detailed quotes. But yes, Aqua has done some of that work in advance. I know the director and I have discussed whether or not this would be an option in the future to do it internally ourselves, and I mean, it would be something to have more discussions on for sure.
Excellent. I think we've emphasized the impact of the expense, and you guys are on it, so thank you. Any final questions from council? Good, I see none. We're going to call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimous. Thank you.
Break time?
Absolutely. We'll take a recess. 5 minutes, please. And welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting. It is 2:43 and we'll call ourselves back to order. We left off on 10.3 and we'll continue at 10.4, which is the 2025 Development Charges Treasurer Report. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the 2025 Development Charge Report prepared by the Treasurer, who's not here. Okay. A mover and a seconder, please. So moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor Trim. And this is going to the CAO.
Yeah, thanks so much. So our Treasurer, Director of Corporate Services sends his regrets. Unfortunately, had to be away for today's meeting, and he's delegated the task of presenting this report to me. So just covering a few perspectives, and if there's any unanswered questions, we'll follow up afterwards. But the development charge bylaw here in Whitewater Region commenced back in 2021 after a rigorous review, a background report, which sort of set our first development charges bylaw. As council will be well aware, I believe it was our last meeting, rather May 20th meeting, we moved an amendment to the bylaw to extend the expiration date to December 31st, 2030, because it was a 5-year bylaw, and now we've extended it for another 5 years. It is our strategy, I'll note, that the next steps with our DC bylaw is to consider as part of a budget process whether or not we look at this again and reevaluate and then conduct a background report and all that, but that'll come in 2027. So under the Development Charges Act, which is the provincial legislation that sort of allows us to have a development charges, it requires a treasurer to prepare financial statements relating to the development charges bylaw and reserve funds. Now, this is commonly presented to council as part of our audited financial statements in year end, which are well underway, and we anticipate them to be presented to council in the next couple months. There's a change to legislation which was passed in November of last year by the province, which now sets a deadline to the treasurer to present this DC report. The treasurer's statements to council for development charges needs to be adopted by council by June 30th and sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs by July 15th. So that's a bit of a change, and that is what has caused our treasurer to prepare this report now in lieu of it coming as part of our audited financial statements. Moving into the analysis section. So for 2025, total development charges collected respectively are $84,000 township-wide for residential, $3,800 for non-residential, and for water, $6,000, and for wastewater, $4,500. So that's together with that, there's a representation of the number of businesses, number of homes that apply. So $84,000 for residential is $3,000 multiplied by the 28 homes. And then water is $1,000 each, and then wastewater is $1,500 each. Further to the new changes to the legislation, it does require municipalities to spend or allocate at least 60% of the money, and what the treasurer has provided on Schedule B is a breakdown of where the money that's been generated has been allocated. So when we adopted our development charges bylaw in 2021, you had to identify specific projects that were needed for growth-related projects, they call them, and then what would be the cost that would be attributed or collected by DCs and how they'd be distributed to each of these different projects. So to stay on, before I go to Schedule 1, but Schedule 2 of the report, which is a pretty big breakdown, it lists a series of reports, plans, a series of projects rather, and plans, and their individual breakdowns. So there was a significant amount of time spent just deciphering it and breaking it down. Some of these projects have occurred, yet the money hasn't been removed from the reserve and allocated to the project. So what the treasurer has indicated that at the end of this year, the transfers from reserves from the DC reserves to these specific projects will occur and will be allocated and reconciled to those projects. Examples are the fourth block down, services related to highway public works, the new salt shed, Ross Garage, new salt shed, Cobden Garage. Those have been works that have been completed. They've been funded. And what we're going to do is allocate those sums to those two projects that have already occurred and already been paid for. And it'll get reconciled on the books, for lack of a better term. And then Schedule 8 to the report speaks to the opening balances as of January 1, 2025, the contributions in 2025, the interest generated, and our total amounts in reserves related to this development charges. So presently held in DCs is $454,000, divided between those totals in the last, for this right column. So the next steps would be to, at the discretion of council, receive and approve this report, and then we would issue the final report to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I'll try to answer any questions if there are any, otherwise we'll direct them back to the treasurer. Thanks so much.
Thank you, CAO, and I'll go to the mover first, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, thanks for the report. I have no comments or questions.
Perfect. Seconder was Councillor Trim.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I need to apologize. I meant to consult with the treasurer before this meeting, so I would understand the report better. I do understand development charges and certainly approve them. However, I wasn't here when in 2021, and if you look at the report, the paragraph above, strategic plan, departmental work plan. And that, in that paragraph, it says, the costs of these projects have been discounted by the same rate as what the proposed development charge rates per background study were discounted at the time of passage of the bylaw. And then in brackets, it goes, growth-related costs captured through development charges equals total cost less the cost attributable to existing development. So I'm not understanding that completely, and if somebody could help me, I'd appreciate it.
Good. You want to try?
Yeah, well, absolutely. So let's take, for example, the salt shed at the Ross Garage, the value of project, and I'm estimating here, call it $50,000. The intent of development charges is to collect funds to support growth-related project. So while that salt shed might service existing residents, you cannot generate development charges for the portion of the cost of the project for existing residents. So what they do is some type of calculation to determine what portion of that project, the 50,000, can be generated through development charges. Like what will the new residents, the growth residents, benefit from this salt shed? So then they say, well, if that's 10% of the cost, well then $5,000 can be collected from growth, from the development charges specific to that salt shed. And they would do that for each of the projects. Somewhat explained, but.
Yes, that does help me. Thank you.
And I will note that in the case of the salt shed where it was 10%, we've actually discounted our development charges by about 75%. So we're not getting 5,000, we're getting 25% of that 5,000 because we've discounted our DCs.
That's where the discount is. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Good. And just to highlight there, the background study that is referenced, that you need to do before you adopt those charges, has to go through all of those items and figure out all of those percentages. So it is a very, challenging background study that needs to be done because it has to survive for the life of the implementation of those DC charges. And part of the reason why we extended another 5 years, not to repeat those costs at this given point in time as was discussed before. Good. Any other questions on this? Good. I'm going to throw two on the floor. Maybe Councillor Olmsted will comment with his financing background. When I look at the first table, I can't remember what it's called, Table 1, Appendix 1, and it has two columns that speak to interest and financing. And I was hoping the CAO could offer comment, but we don't see any interest being generated by the water and wastewater deposits, and I'm curious if there's a reason for that. I see the numbers are low, but I'd still want them making money if that was possible, unless there's some other restriction I'm not aware of. And the financing, my understanding is that my understanding is that for a big project, we can borrow against future DC charges that we're gonna that we're gonna expect to receive, and therefore could finance a project that we might implement that exceeds our current requirements, but because of, we're trying to make sure we spend the money in the right time in the right spot, we can borrow against future DCs and pay them off. Is that my understanding? Sorry?
I'm uncertain of the answer to both of those questions.
Okay, good.
Noted for follow-up, why there's no financing and why there's no interest under water wastewater. Perfect.
Yeah, good. Does that trigger anything from Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, the only comment I'd have is to borrow against future potential recipient of development charges is kind of like spending your CRA tax refund before you have it in your hand. So as a watchdog of finance, I'd be very hesitant to start borrowing against potential DC charges.
Good, that's exactly what I was hoping to get out of it, discussion. So it's just important for us to understand the tools we have. Not that we might want to exercise them, but the options that we have. Good. I think that follow-up is good to just do in an email or something afterwards, as you see fit, CAO. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I see none. We'll call for a vote. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next, item 10.5 is the Regional Community Energy Plan. An investigation and next steps. So the resolution recommendation is that the Council of the Township Whitewater Region direct staff to investigate the preparation of a regional community energy plan and direct the CAO to engage with the neighboring CAOs to determine interest in a regional approach. And 2, prepare and submit an application under the Ontario Municipal Energy Program. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. And CAO, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. So the report that's before council is not one where we're going to commence the process of preparing a community energy plan. However, it is the steps that would lead to it, the preliminary steps to investigate it, but also engage with our neighbors to make this more of a regional approach. So what council may or may not be aware, certainly in conversations with the mayor, together with the development or the consideration of the acquisition of the Teminko lands, we're realizing that there's increasing pressure when it comes to energy planning, particularly with growing electricity demand tied to population growth and economic activity. So as we've investigated the acquisition of Teminko lands, we realize that there's a transmission line that runs through there, which is positioning the lands as an opportune economic development potential. Also, through staff, we have engaged with some private entities as it pertains to solar projects or battery projects that also want to co-locate with this transmission line. The transmission line runs from the Chenot Dam towards Highway 17 and then north up towards Snake River Line and into Laurentian Valley. So what we're realizing is that there's growing and increasing pressure as it pertains to electricity and natural gas throughout Ontario and mostly throughout the country. So to support this, the province offers funding through the Municipal Energy Plan Program, and it's intended to help municipalities better understand energy use, plan for future demand, and identify opportunities to improve efficiency. So you may have heard of the IESO, Hydro One. I mean, these entities exist and energy is available to our community, but consideration into the future is one that is sort of being pushed upon to municipalities to sort of unravel and determine what the needs and the demands are. So cities like the City of Ottawa or larger conglomerates are conducting these analysis at great lengths and great scope in order to ensure that they have the energy to support future demand. The township, together the mayor and I, met with our neighbors at a partnership meeting on April 27th. This program was presented to them, and the partnership meeting attendees included the City of Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, Petawawa, and Deep River, and it's the mayors and CAOs that meet. And we discuss a regional approach as it pertains to energy planning. There seemed to be general consensus that we're all working individually on different projects, and I've asked the mayor to maybe just summarize some of those. But I know Deep River's looking at battery storage, Petawawa's, increasing housing demand, similar to the city of Pembroke. So maybe a regional approach would be best way to serve us all. So the intent is to build an existing regional partnership, which have shared characteristics, recognizing that we are all connected through common energy infrastructure, economic ties, and planning considerations. So through the analysis, the regional approach presents several benefits. One is our shared technical resources. Further to that, reducing the overall cost of the project, and then a more comprehensive understanding of regional electricity and natural gas. Secondly, as an advocacy perspective, we have submitted a delegation with the Ministry of Energy in mind, so that's in advance of this report, recognizing that, but just noting to them that we'd seek a delegation at AMO to present to them this proposed project. And then now it's a timely opportunity because there is funding through the Municipal Energy Plan Program. So a few notes to be made here is at this point in time, where did I make a note here? While administrative discussions have occurred at the CAO level with these neighboring communities, this report has not been presented to our neighbors. So one of the directions provided from council as part of this report is that you allow me to go and engage with our neighbors in a formal process to see whether or not they'd be prepared to partner with us. So while we have engaged informally, we're looking to engage more formally. A few points. If we are successful in securing external funding, we would come back to council with another report to sort of authorize the expenditure. So at this point in time, there's no approval to expend any money to prepare the plan. It's mostly to authorize the CAO to engage with our neighbors and apply for funding. Secondly, under financial implications, we haven't quite narrowed down the cost of this thing. While we do anticipate like an estimated amount would be about $80,000, for which 50%, $40,000 would be paid by the province under the funding, $40,000 would be shared amongst the participating municipalities. Now, $80,000 is a rough estimate. I'm still investigating what this sort of plan would cost. Might be less, might be more. So refined projects costs, cost sharing agreements, and any other required municipal contributions will be confirmed prior to any RFP or any procurement of work. So at this point in time, seeking direction to move forward to investigate this and then direct the CAO to engage and file the funding application. Thanks so much.
Good, and just before I open for questions, I'll add some additional context as to why this is kind of coming front of mind from an energy perspective. As the CAO has said, when you think of the constraints that will impact development 20 years out, it's not just water and wastewater, which we're experiencing right now. It's the provision of power and the ability to transmit it. So the understanding we have is that there are transmission lines that essentially take power from the two hydro stations, Swisha and Chenot, and they take that electricity and they really run it towards Toronto. They hive off portions. The two lines come up, basically following Highway 17, and service Whitewater, Laurentian Valley, Pembroke, Petawawa, and Deep River. And then off of those lines, it also goes to the rest of the county. These lines that come and join up along Highway 17, they are constrained to the point where for the federal government to do its expansion to CP Petawawa, they're basically upgrading the line from Swisha to the base, putting in their own millions of dollars are going into power just to facilitate the growth of the base. At the same time, the question is, Petawawa says, what about us? Like, those people are going to live in our town. But the discussion, the planning occurred to support the base. So they want to make sure that their voice is heard at the table. Pembroke and and Laurentian Valley, you're seeing some significant growth. If you're looking at the forecasted numbers in Laurentian Valley, I think they're up over 300 buildings next year. So the growth in Laurentian Valley is exploding with a number of subdivisions that are being put in. How are those guys getting power? Where they're getting it from? For us, we're having the same constraints. We're supported out of a distribution system in just down the road here. It's called the Cobden distribution system. It's constrained. It's going to constrain how much power can be drawn off of it to support not just Cobden, but everything on the other side of Cobden. What's our constraint there? When do we meet it? How is it going to be funded for that investment? These are the questions that we want to make sure we get answered. Add to that, Teminco. If the former Teminco mine site is up and running, the proposals that we've seen from some companies that have kind of looked into it is 30 megawatts of power. That's 6 times the amount of power that's being drawn by Magellan, greater than 6 times. It's a significant drawdown of power. So to have access to that power, is it part of the planning system? How does that affect the transmission lines and future distribution? Right now, we're not looking at it as a lower tier. We have Renfrew Hydro, we've got Ottawa River Power Corporation looking at their pockets. This is proposing a regional approach so that we can take a look at it. It's coming in. So the regional approach would look at it as a region, as we all kind of complement each other, but it would also indicate that we've got 50,000 people representing the demand for power now and into the future. Good, that's what I'll end at. So if there are questions, I've got the mover is Councillor Trim. Do you have any questions or comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually exciting news because it's a federal priority. And because of that, I think there will be money going to projects that will match the goals of the federal government. And so the province could be getting the money and then it work its way down to our municipality and the other people who are like-minded in the corridor. The Black River Dam probably also contributes to somewhat to this whole mix too. So yes, this is great, and I'm hoping that our municipality can benefit. And again, I just really like and promote and congratulate the CAO in this collaborative type of process where we sit down with other like-minded municipalities, our neighbors, and make a unified presentation. I think that's wonderful, and I certainly am happy to move this, and I'm enthusiastically in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Trim. I'll add from a financial perspective, the investment in this type of infrastructure happens at the ISO level. So ISO is provincial organization, prioritizes the investment. They're using growth numbers, right? So Renfrew County has a projected growth of 1%. And that's in competition with the growth projected out of Southern Ontario, villages and towns in Southern Ontario. So it's very difficult to get the attention of a provincial organization when the numbers don't stand out. And we're hoping that this regional plan can demonstrate the demand and the constraints so that we don't get inhibited by virtue of we're not in the main areas of growth. Good, Councillor Olmsted, seconder.
Great initiative. Period.
Any other questions or comments from folks? Councillor Moore.
This has been discussed at actually 2 of the groups I sit on, the Airport Commission and ORPC. And the main topics of conversation was availability of free electricity to expand, whether it be commercial or residential. So this is great news for everybody.
Good. Any other comments? Good. So just to reiterate again, it's really authorizing the CAO to formalize this, share the report, and seek formal support from partners to approach this together, and then he'll come back to council. Good. With that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? It's carried, unanimous. Good. Item 10.6 is a zoning bylaw amendment. Now, we're going to skip over this item. We will confirm, or we'll come back to item 10.6 after the public meeting scheduled at 4:45. I want to confirm any public input into this decision before we take it, and we'll reassess after that public meeting. Good. That means we're on to item number 11, which is our notice of motion. Is there any notices of motion from any member of council today? Good. I see none. That leads us into correspondence. No items requiring direction. There's a number of information items. And again, staff have divided these up into 4 categories: our own, provincial, county, and regional. Within our own, a number of congratulations letters that council, that I signed off on behalf of council, congratulating either awards, openings, expansions, appreciation. So let's just make sure that they're recognized by all members of council as well as the public. The last item listed there is the Whitewater Public Library, but Whitewater Region Public Library survey results. And quite interesting to see some of their survey results. I don't know, did CAO, do you want to speak to those? Or maybe,
I don't feel like I should be empowered to speak to them. I would
Good.
prefer that the chair of the library board speak. So, I mean, we would commonly have them come, but yeah, so at this point in time, review them. If there's any questions, we could share them with the library.
yeah. Yes, please, Director of Community Services.
I would just add that they do plan on joining us at a future council meeting. They're undergoing some, I don't want to call it restructuring, but they're discussing some of their future planning, and when they do that, they'll come back to council with more information, including the summary of their survey results.
Excellent. So consider that a pre-read, and quite interesting to see some of the feedback from the community. Good. Item B is the provincial to share the deep fill culverts that are going to be replaced on Highway 17, so that you're aware of those, as well as one.
It's pertaining to the administrative monetary penalties, so just a way that we could issue fines and collect fees. But it exists today for certain local bylaws, but it's extended to zoning bylaws. I know that our clerk has reviewed administrative monetary penalties and was considering it, but at this point in time, it's not being presented to council.
Good. The last one is just an expansion of the availability of some documents in different languages. The County of Renfrew has got 3 items there, including the construction update. For our perspective, that is the bridge in Foresters Falls. It's still projected to be completed at the end of July. A summary of the Renfrew County Council. The EORN update, and I'll remind folks from an EORN perspective, we are complete. So we've got our seven cell towers installed. And the last item is regional, and that's the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus newsletter for June. Any questions or comments? Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, not pertaining to these in particular, but perhaps this is the right area to do this. I've had a lot of correspondence lately about, there was another announcement about an open house for Highway 17 twinning. And I've had a lot of feedback, not real positive feedback, from our region about it, regarding the history and et cetera. And I don't know when that open house is. So it would be pertinent at this time just to mention when that open house is, that people could attend that.
I believe it's tomorrow, just 2 seconds.
Oh, well, no. Okay, good. No, good time to announce it then. June 18th. Okay, so, and whereabouts is it?
So the reference is to the MTO Public, so it's led by MTO, Public Open House for Highway 17 from Arnprior to Renfrew Twinning Project, it's titled. It's at the Murray Yantha Community Center in Arnprior, tomorrow, June 18th, from 4 to 7 p.m. Would you wish for our staff to share that on social media? If there's a post from MTO, perhaps?
If they could in time, I'm recognizing it's last minute, but I've had a number of residents talking to me about it. It impacts them because they commute to Ottawa. So they're certainly very interested in that project.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's been released by the county too. Good. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. If I could just add one additional, under information, we do have another new business that just opened up here, right beside us here in Cobden, the Honest to Goodness Thrift. And I think it might just be an oversight, but I did just want to recommend that, or suggest that if anyone's out and about, check in it and see what it's all about. It's there. We did have the grand opening. There was several of us that attended, and so I just wanted to recognize them here as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any other comments from council? No, good on the MTO presentation. Thank you, Councilor Olmsted. This is only the first of public meetings to outline what the plan is over the next several years. So there could be others. If there is community input that they would like us to advocate on their behalf, I think please bring it back to council.
Can we ensure that we go ahead and post those without bringing them to council? If there's any MTO announcements, we just go ahead and post it to our
Yeah,
Facebook.
CAO.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good. And we do keep appraised of it at the county level. So I am tracking it, but besides what has been released on Facebook about the meeting, there's no other information I could share at this time. Good. All right. So that leads us into announcements, and we'll start with the Deputy Mayor.
I do not have anything at this time. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Bell. Good. Councillor White.
As far as it goes.
All right, yes. I'm on the library board, and I have quite a few announcements regarding the library board. First off, we have 2 new librarians following 2 leaving. We have hired Margot Foy for the Cobden Library. She was a casual librarian. And Megan Suter is at the Beachburg Library now, and unfortunately, she had to leave the library board to become the librarian. So yes, we are looking for more board members. At the Beachburg Library, or the Beachburg Fair this year, new for our library is we have taken over the creative writing contest. So we're looking forward to that. And our summer reading program for their young children it will be going on at both branches throughout July. We are still accepting Barbara McWaugh Memorial Scholarship applications. The deadline is July 15th, and it's for 2 $500 scholarships. And we will also be participating in the volunteer, I had it here, volunteer fair and Touch a Truck that's being hosted by the township in conjunction with the 25th anniversary. And as for events that are happening, as Mayor Neal said earlier, we have Music in the Park in Cobden on Sundays from 2 to 4, and in Westmeath on Thursdays, I believe it's from 6 till 9 at the Boyer Latteroot Park. Because we aren't meeting, I have 2 more that I'd like to do or 3. On the 26th of June is the Strawberry Social being hosted by the Whitewater Historical Society at Trinity United Church from 1 till 4 p.m. And on July 18th, there are 2 events, the Tour to Whitewater, which I am a member of the committee, and we're doing pretty good right now with registrations. And there is the from 9 till noon, is the Kids, Cops, and Canadian Tire Fishing Derby at the Cobden Boat Launch. And that's all I have. Thank you.
From now on, I'm just going to go to Counselor White. She will be our designated announcer. Okay, Counselor Olmsted, is there anything that
She
Counselor
has
White
left me
missed?
speechless.
Okay. Thank you. Counselor Moore.
Well, I was going to talk about the strawberry tea, but she took it away on me. So that was about all I have. I have an airport meeting and ORPC meeting coming up before the end of the month, so that's it for me.
Good, thank you. Counselor Trim.
Yes, I have one. It's been a year, hard to believe, but the new McLaren Works has been opened, and so now they would like to show their appreciation for their customers over the past year. And so Friday, June 19th, 2026, of course, they're going to have an open house and a thank you, and bring the family. There's going to be food, drinks, activities to keep the kids busy, and good company all around. So that's great news.
Okay, I'm going to tread water while Counselor Olmsted gets this. I think it's 11:30. I think it's 11:30. But- No. Okay, there's two other things I just wanted to highlight. Paramedic base, if you get a chance to drive through, Councillor Olmsted brought it up earlier, but it's the foundation's complete now, Mindview Road and Foresters Falls Road, so it's continuing to take shape. That was the only thing that wasn't mentioned that I wanted to add. Good. Next, item 14, we will come back to after we hear the public meeting. There is no closed session, and we'll do the confirmatory bylaw after the public meeting. So with that, we'll recess now. It's 3:20. We'll recess until 4:45, do the public meeting, and then the presentations to the high school graduates, and carry on from there. And welcome to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting. We just took a recess and we're going to call ourselves back to order here at 4:46 p.m. And as the agenda had indicated earlier this afternoon, there are two sections that we are going to do now. Item 7.3 first, which is a public meeting dealing with a zoning bylaw amendment proposal on Sarah Priscilla Drive. So as I've explained to everybody before, what we're going to do is technically we're pausing our council meeting. We are going to open up a public meeting to hear this zoning bylaw amendment, take in any public input, close the public meeting, and then resume our council meeting. Okay, so that's the technical way we're going to do this. Good, so with that, we're going to call the public meeting to order here at 4:47 p.m. to hear comments and receive information from the public regarding the proposed application to amend the Township of Whitewater Region's zoning bylaw in accordance with the Planning Act. And with that, I am going to ask the planner to do a brief presentation on the amendment before us.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So the application has been submitted by David and Shelley Leahy for property on Sarah Priscilla Drive to rezone a portion of the property from extractive industrial reserve sand and gravel to a site-specific rural exception 85 zoning to allow the construction of a single detached dwelling. The zoning bylaw amendment is consistent with the PPS 2024, which identifies that rural areas and rural lands and municipalities should support appropriate residential development that supports healthy, integrated, and viable rural areas. It does note in that section 4.5.1 protects mineral aggregate resources for long-term use. However, notes that in known deposits of resources and on lands adjacent, any development activity which would preclude or hinder the establishment of new operations or access to resource may only be permitted if resource use would not be feasible. The proposed land use or developments greater long-term public interest and issues of public health, public safety, and environmental impact are addressed. The applicant has submitted an aggregate impact assessment to address these criteria. The official plan designates the property as mineral aggregate as well as rural and environmental protection. The official plan does note that not all deposits of mineral aggregate have equal extraction potential and does allow the consideration of permitting uses from an abutting designation on these lands. That would be the rural designation via an amendment to the local zoning bylaw, which is being presented now. Permitting these adjacent land uses or adjacent uses and sensitive land uses in these areas must be supported by an aggregate impact assessment, which determines that the reserve is not suitable for extraction and will have no negative impact on the ability to extract resources. The applicant has had an assessment prepared, which has found that the rezoning and construction of a dwelling would not have a negative impact on environmental or on extraction potential due to the environmental protection area and nearby residential dwellings, providing challenges for the nearby reserve lands. Additionally, the rezoning is limited in scope to the least feasible portions of the property for future extraction based on the combination of factors. The rezoning will not have any impact on permit limited residential. The property is zoned extractive industrial reserve sand and gravel, which only permits single detached dwellings. The proposed amendment seeks to rezone these lands to a site-specific rural exception 85 zone to allow the uses permitted in the rural zone for the purposes of constructing a single detached dwelling. The exception is to allow a reduced setback between a sensitive land use and land zoned EMR SG to 0 meters. As noted, the aggregate impact assessment has been submitted, which found no adverse impacts on extraction are anticipated as a result of this amendment. Additionally, the applicant has obtained a building and land use permit from the Ministry of Transportation to construct a dwelling, entrance, septic system, and well, which was required due to the proximity of the lands to Highway 17. Township Public Works staff have also confirmed that an entry permit and 911 address can be granted on Sarah Priscilla Drive. providing frontage and entry onto municipal road. The provisions of the zoning are consistent with those of the rural official plan designation, which would be applied to this property as noted. And the property meets all other provisions of the RU zoning. With that, planning is recommending that the application be approved. We did receive one comment through this process from Kavanaugh, noting that they have an intention to file an application to extract on some nearby lands that they own, and noting that there is extraction potential in this nearby lands. We've reviewed these comments and considered them. However, we have noted the fact that based on the lands that they are discussing, which are south of Highway 17 adjacent to Calvin Road, they are directly backing on two existing dwellings, as well as some nearby dwellings on the other side of Calvin Road that will have significantly more impact than any proposed dwelling in the noted location will be. They did also note that the question of why such a significant portion of the lands are being rezoned. Part of the intention, I believe, is to connect it with the rural zoning. The other part is just those were the lands that were suitable, so those were the lands that were recommended. They have asked to reduce the rezoned area. However, if we were to reduce the area being rezoned, that would still be towards Sarah Priscilla Drive, as that's where their entrance is, so that would not tangibly make a difference to Kavanaugh's extraction potential on those lands. It's also noted that while they are stating they have the intent to submit an application, no application has been submitted for extraction at this time. So while they are stating the potential for a new pit there and the impacts it could have, we have not seen anything to justify that potential at this point. So while we are acknowledging the comments, at this point, planning believes that this particular rezoning and dwelling is going to have negligible impact on their property compared to other nearby dwellings, and a reduction in the zoning similarly, as it would still keep the dwelling in the same location, would have a negligible impact on extraction. Therefore, we are sticking with the approval recommendation at this time.
Perfect. Thank you for that presentation, planner. Sorry, is my mic working, Sean? Yeah, okay. So thank you for that summary. I notice we have some parties online, so maybe we'll go online first. If there are comments that a member of the public, a resident, would like to make about this amendment, this proposed amendment, so that we can consider those comments before we make a decision. So, Sean, are you managing the two individuals online? Yeah, good. Would you like to make a comment to the zoning amendment that's proposed?
We're the applicants, so we're just participating in this meeting to address any direct questions.
Excellent, thank you. So David and Shelley Leahy, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent, nice to meet you, thank you. Good. Good. The next step I'd like to make is just to ask if there's any member of the public that would like to make comment on this zoning amendment application. Good. And then I will ask the planner and the designated clerk if we had received any additional indications from anyone who would like to make a comment in writing or has made a comment in writing, other than Kavanaugh. Planner
None
first.
to the best of my knowledge at this time.
None for me as well.
Excellent, good. And just recognizing that we have more people come in, I have to ask again. Is there any member of the public that's here today would like to make oral submission on this proposed zoning amendment? Good. Excellent. Now with that, I will open it up to council. Is there any questions or comments that you'd like to talk to or ask the planner before we close this public meeting? Councillor Moore.
Just wondering if anybody knows, in conjunction with the possible expansion of Highway 17, where it pertains to this yellow on the map that we see.
So if we can come back to the map. Planner, can you make comment as to where the proposed Highway 17 is in relation to
I always understood at that
property?
curve at Sarah Priscilla that the road Highway 17 was going to go straight through, but if we're allowing this, then obviously the highway must not be going right through.
Let me double check our map.
So just while he's pulling it up, all of the property, all of the lands that are designated to support the future highway are zoned like that. So they would require support from MTO in order to construct within their vicinity. But I'll get the planner to double check there and
Based on the official plan mapping, I do not see proposed expansion on those lands. It's further south near Camp Galele Lane and Godfrey Road where it splits off. But as noted, they have received a permit from the MTO for development on this proposal. So the MTO's reviewed this and has granted them a permit. So if there's any concerns, I assume they would have flagged it.
Okay, thank you.
excellent. Thank you for the question. Any other questions from members of council? Councillor Trim.
Just wondering, it looks like it's definitely adequate, but I couldn't see in your proposal or recommendation, it should say the frontage on Sarah Priscilla Road. Do you know what frontage that is?
I do, just one moment. And noting that, yes, that should have been in the report, but I believe we have it on the notice. Do we? I do not have the exact value. I know the portion being rezoned is 40 meters, and then the property extending across is larger than that. Let me see if we have one.
Well, it's more than the minimum, for sure.
I will continue to look into it and get you an answer before a decision's made. Even if it's just, oh.
Yes, please, if you, the applicants, can you share what you believe the frontage to be?
Yeah, I believe the frontage is 91 meters.
Oh.
91 meters. So what we'll do is we'll just ask, thank you for that. We appreciate you sharing that, but planner will just verify that before we go to that next point in the agenda.
Based off the GIS, which can be rough, but is generally decently accurate for this stuff, 91 meters sounds approximately correct.
Okay.
Perfect, good. Any other questions from members of council? Councillor White.
Just, I'm sorry, where is the the gravel that they're concerned about extracting? Is that like?
On the map, just south of Highway 17.
That doesn't help me,
across from the yellow highlighted parcel. Directly adjacent from the yellow parcel. That's part of the land they're looking to. Across the highway south of that. Over to the right. Those lands and the lands below it, there are two residential lots on that lot that can be seen on the map there. And there's a residence on that L-shaped parcel there as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions from members of council? Good. The last comment I'll just point out to the planner, not specific to this application, but just in acknowledging the conflict that we could potentially have between extraction, gravel pits, and rural or residential properties. Is there any way for us to designate the potential for those conflicts as they might come up on properties like this?
There may be some sort of agreement we can put on title providing notice to property owners. There might be alternative zoning options to explore, limiting severances on properties that are rezoned for these purposes. There likely are options we can explore in future. We might have to consult with legal on that to understand what we can and can't enforce. But I believe on some of these moving forward where these impact assessments are involved, there may be opportunities.
Perfect, good. Any final comments? And I recognize we have more people filled in, but I have to ask the question one more time. Is there any members of the public interested in providing oral submission on these zoning amendments? Good, I see none. And with that, I am going to adjourn our public meeting with respect to this zoning amendment proposal at 5:02 PM. And David and Sarah, right? I've got that right? I'm looking quickly. David and Shelley online, yes, thank you. What we're going to do is we are going to move on to our agenda. I don't know if you can see from the video, but we have a room full of high school students that we're now going to recognize with some bursaries as they graduate this year. And then once we're done that presentation, we're going to come back to the report on your zoning amendment. So you're welcome to hang out or give us another 15 or 20 minutes and we'll get back to your point on the agenda.
Okay, can we just rejoin at a later time in 20 minutes then?
Yeah, I'm getting the signal from our IT AV guy that yes, Sean, sorry, not a guy. Sean says you can rejoin. I give it 15 minutes and you should be fine to rejoin us, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good. That moves us on to 7.4. 7.4 is a presentation for outstanding youth bursaries in 2026. And I just want to welcome all the students and family and friends that have joined us in the chambers today. We're going to do this presentation in two steps. I'm going to offer just a couple opening comments. Then I will ask each student, we'll call you forward to the center of the ring here. And that's just so we can get you on video. The deputy mayor will be emceeing a couple comments about what information that was provided to us from each one of your schools. We'll do the presentation. We'll do that, I think, 6 times if we have all 6 of you here. And then we'll call you all up together to get a picture with all 6 of you. Good? And I should say that if the family wants pictures, we can facilitate that as well. Okay? Yeah, good. Okay, so this is always a special time of the year in our community as we recognize the accomplishments of our graduating students. In Whitewater region, we are fortunate to have young people who not only work hard in the classroom, but also who contribute to our schools, our teams, and our community in so many meaningful ways. These bursaries are a reflection of that effort, that dedication, and the bright future ahead for each of these students. Tonight, we're proud to recognize this group of graduates who have been selected by their schools for this municipal bursary, students who represent the values of commitment, leadership, and community involvement that we hold so highly. So with that, I'll turn it over to the deputy mayor and we'll call some students forward.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor. Okay. So we will start with Maxime Gagnon. Maxime is here.
Come up here. Center stage, first one.
There we go. Yep, thank you very much, Mayor. And welcome, Maxime. Jean-Lois High School is where Maxime attends. Maxime has demonstrated exceptional leadership and community involvement as a hockey referee, student government leader, coach, athlete, and volunteer. His participation in leadership programs, competitive sports, and community service reflects his strong commitment to helping others and making a positive impact. This fall, Maxime will be attending the University of Sherbrooke to pursue a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. So congratulations.
Some pictures. Good. Do you want your mom and dad up here? Think your mom's coming? Yes. Or dad's coming? I said sure. Mom's always right. Good? Good? Sorry. You gotta smile big. Good. Congratulations. Good luck. Sure. Good. Now you can't run away because we'll get a picture with all 6 of you at the end. Okay.
Okay, next we have Brooklyn Regier. So if you want to come up, Brooklyn, please. Brooklyn comes from Fellows High School. Brooklyn has shown outstanding leadership through her roles as president of the prom committee, member of student and athletic council, mentor, community volunteer, and competitive athlete. Her involvement with the Beachburg Recreation Association, the Beachburg Fair, and youth sports demonstrates her dedication to serving others and building community. Brooklyn plans to attend university and pursue a Bachelor of Science degree. So congratulations, Brooklyn.
Are you any relation to the deputy mayor?
Yeah.
Just a little bit, right? You should have grabbed it in the top corner. There you go. Good luck.
Great niece.
Mom's back there. You can come closer if you want.
Grandma wants to take a picture. Come on, Grandma.
You good?
You want to take a picture with Brooklyn, though? Yeah? Oh, she doesn't, yeah, she would like a picture with her. Yeah. Yeah, she would like a, yeah, you want to do that, for sure.
Okay, good. We got her camera?
Oh, do you want a picture? Yeah, Kathy, do you have your camera there?
Nursing?
No, just biology.
Just biology. Very nice.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Next, we have Allie McLaren. If Allie would come up, please. Allie comes from Opeongo High School, and Allie has made an extraordinary impact through her leadership, volunteerism, and commitment to strengthening her community. As co-prime minister of Student Council, a Link crew mentor, competitive dance instructor, and longtime volunteer with the Cobden Civitan Club, she has inspired others through service and leadership. This fall, Allie will be attending the University of Ottawa as she begins pursuing her dream of becoming a medical doctor. Congratulations.
Nice. So we got a recruiter right back here. Okay, so Allie McLaren, that's great.
Yes.
Good, and there you go, good. Good. Awesome. Sorry, you have to hold my hand the whole time.
It's practice for grad.
That's right. That's just around the corner, right?
Next week.
Oh, man. Oh, exciting. So I guess the exams have started. Good.
Probably over. Oh, that's on video. Oh, we're videoing. Okay, wait, hold on. Perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Good luck. And we do want you to come back here and be a doctor. Yeah, good.
Next, we have Connor Reese. So Connor would come up, please. Thank you. Connor comes from Bishop Smith Catholic High School. Connor has dedicated more than 600 hours to volunteer service and throughout his high school years, supporting schools, recreation programs, church camps, and youth activities. Known for his kindness, humility, and strong character, Connor leads by example and is respected by his peers and community. He plans to continue his education and training in the skills trades with the goal of becoming an electrician. Congratulations.
He's a tall one, Mayor.
I should have had him on the basketball team. Okay, Mom, are you getting pictures too? Yeah. Good, good.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
This, your sister doesn't want to come in here?
Grandma's here too.
You want Grandma to come in?
Grandma too?
Sure. If you don't want to, that's okay. Okay.
Everybody here? Perfect.
Awesome. Oh, Grandma, good? Thank you very much. 600 hours, that's awesome.
That's great. Congratulations. Next, we have Charlie McCarroll, I apologize, St. Joseph's High School. Charlie has demonstrated dedication, leadership, and school spirit through his involvement in athletics, student activities, and volunteer service. As a basketball and volleyball athlete, tournament official, and mentor to younger students during orientation activities, he has consistently contributed to a positive school environment. Charlie will attend Carleton University this fall to study engineering. So congratulations.
Now, you played basketball at St. Joe's, right? I did. Yeah, I coached against you a couple times.
Did you?
I think we won.
I remember losing a lot.
Good, there we go.
You had to tell them who we was.
Mom and Dad?
Good, come on up. Yeah, He's pretty tall.
Where does he get his
Yeah.
height?
I know.
Not, it's a combination of both.
Oh, no. Awesome.
Perfect.
Congratulations, good luck at Charlton.
Very good. And last, but certainly not least, we have Kira Barter from Renfrew Collegiate Institute. So if Kira would like to come up. Kira has shown an exceptional commitment to her community through volunteer work supporting the town of Renfrew's events, festivals, and recreation programs. A positive role model known for her respect, responsibility, and willingness to help others, she has also been actively involved in school activities and athletics. Her leadership and dedication to creating meaningful experiences for others make her a deserving recipient of this award. Congratulations, Kira.
Here or not? Say hi to my kid, we'll get through there. Good? See that? Good? You can bring, yeah, please. They only graduate once.
Yeah.
Then they're grown-ups and spending money like crazy.
Hey, hold on. Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations. Now you can just stay up here if you want.
Oh,
We're gonna get
okay.
everybody.
Photos.
Okay, can I get the students to come back up, please? We'll do one big group photo. I don't, they can if they want. Yeah. three in the front here, yeah? Yeah? You guys can all see the camera? Yeah. Awesome, okay.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Good job, guys.
Wait for everybody else.
Absolutely.
So please join us in congratulating these outstanding young leaders and wishing them every success as they begin the next chapter of their educational and career journeys. So congratulations to all.
That's awesome. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for all you guys do, all the volunteering. Like, it's amazing what our high school students do, and know that it matters. So go away to school, enjoy the next number of years that you're going to be at school, and hopefully we'll see you back soon. Good? You're welcome to stay. We have some more business we have to do.
Well, you
We
gotta
will
see
not
how
hold
we
it.
finally decide on this matter.
That's great. That's great. Well, good luck. Have a good last week. Okay?
Bye.
Nice meeting you all.
Enjoy your last couple of days before
Okay, folks, so that just concluded our presentation to the 6 high school students graduating, and again, I just want to say congratulations to the 6 of them, and it's incredible to see young people succeeding and then going away and hopefully coming back. Good. With that, we are now going to go to item 10.6 on the agenda. We still have the planner in the room, good. So 10.6 is the actual zoning bylaw amendment, D 14-226, the Leahy on Sarah Priscilla Drive. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve an amendment to comprehensive zoning bylaw number 2401-1655 for portions of the property known as Ross Concession 2, Part Lot 20, Sarah Priscilla Drive, from the Extractive Industrial Reserve, Sand and Gravel, to a site-specific rural exception 85 zoning. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Good, and just 20 minutes ago, we finished the public meeting on this when the planner did a presentation on the contents of the report. Unless there's a member of council who would like me to ask the planner to provide another summary, we will forego. Good. With that, I will turn to our mover first, Councillor Trim. Any comments or questions that you have on the motion? Good, and our seconder, Deputy Mayor? Good, any other questions from members of council? Good, any comments from staff at all? Good. With that, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? And it is carried. So, now I've lost your names, David and Shelley. Sorry, I've got too many names in my head. So that concludes the report. It was successful, and I'm sure the planner will touch base with you offline about next steps from that perspective. Okay? So
Okay.
thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Next on our agenda, we are flipping to item number 14, which is the bylaws. And we have 2 listed on our agenda today. The recommendation is be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the June 17th, 2026 agenda be taken as read and passed. A mover to seconder, please. Councillor Bell and the Deputy Mayor. Any final comments on these 2 bylaws? Good, I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? and it is carried. And we will now skip to item number 16, which is the confirmatory bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2606, 1847, a bylaw to confirm the proceeding of council, be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Trim, Councillor White. All those in favor? And it is carried, and we are adjourned at 5:22 p.m. Thank you, folks.